Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. And, excuse me, gentlemen. Thank you. Welcome to the Transportation Committee meeting of April 13th, 2016. I'm Mike Bonin, the chair. I'm joined by my colleagues David Vrew of the 4th District and Nuri Martinez of the 6th District. Glad to have you all here today. I understand that we have in the back couple rows a bunch of new employees of DOT who are here as part of their orientation. Stand up for a second. Welcome. I know. Glad to have you aboard. Hope this doesn't scare you away from the experience. It may. Let me start, as is my custom, with our multimodal roll call. Since the last time we've met, which has been 2 weeks, has it been? In the past 2 weeks, who has commuted by bus? Awesome. Train. Very cool. Bicycle. Pedestrians. Everybody's supposed to raise their hands for pedestrians. Somebody has walked. I don't know how we're going to get that one into people's heads. And Uber, Lyft, taxi. Okay, very cool. I got that in this time. All right, thanks everybody. So, and we've been joined by my colleague, Mr. Koretz, from the 5th District with hors d'oeuvres. Colleagues, I am going to recommend that we continue items 8, 10, and 11. Any objection? Okay. And then there are a number of items I would recommend for consent, but we have some we have public comment cards on all this. So, and we've been joined by Mr. Weezar from the 14th District. So at this time, Bobby Pepe, you can come up for 2 minutes and do all your public comment there. We're continuing item number 10, so come on up. Thanks. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Here?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Bobby Pepe, and I'm a homeowner in Silver Lake in CD 13. And I came today to thank the Los Angeles Department of Transportation for taking the idea of removing a crosswalk in front of Children's Hospital off the table. I would really like to thank, I believe his name is Zaki, the engineer is...
Zaki Mustafa.
Zaki Mustafa for his work on this issue. Further, I wanted to comment about, Councilmember Mitchell Farrell has made a great progress with multiple street infrastructure measures along Sunset Boulevard between Michael Trina Street and Sanborn Avenue. The Silver Lake Neighborhood Council currently has a motion before it to add LPIs from Parkman Avenue to Fountain Avenue. And I would hope that the LADOT could perhaps make these happen real quick, as they have been proven by federal agencies to reduce fatalities and serious injuries in crosswalks by 60%. There's 9 intersections there. I believe the general manager of LADOT is very familiar with the area, and we would just love to see this happen as soon as possible. And I believe that the council member is looking at this time for the Maltman and Sunset intersection, and we would really like it if it could be done at all 9 of the intersections. It's Jose Weezar has done a great job downtown with implementing these. If I may just have a couple more seconds, with implementing the LPIs throughout the downtown area, and I think it would be a great addition to the Silver Lake area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Herman, we've got a number of cards. I'll let you consolidate, and we'll give you 6 minutes. And I have no general public comment cards, so I'm going to open and close general public comment.
Well, on general public comment, I'd like to add that at 2400 East Zonal Avenue off the Soda Corridor, there's been an impassable sidewalk there, and I am very disturbed that how anyone, more so an elected official, can ignore the issue of allowing use of a public sidewalk. For some of you who care or don't care, a public sidewalk is meant to walk on. It's not to detour you onto the dirt, onto the street on oncoming traffic for safety violations. And the worst case scenario, you can get killed. Now, what fucking fool would allow someone to walk in an impassable area and not post signs to say detour or even allow appropriate signage? There's something wrong with our councilman in that area, and he needs to address it. 2400 East Zonal Avenue in Boyle Heights. Fix the fucking sidewalk, please. And now going on to the subject of RVs in areas such as in Venice Beach, Mr. Bonin. You keep making these amendments and these laws forcing people who live in their RVs on public streets and sidewalks to be removed or ticketed. What's wrong with that? What the fuck's wrong with living in your RV if there's no housing? Is there something wrong with not living in a place that takes you off the elements that endanger your health and safety on a public street or a public sidewalk? I know people who live and sleep in their cars. There's nothing wrong with it. Mr. Spindler talks about it all the time. He says, yeah, down here in Encino, all the niggers love to sleep in their cars and RVs. And I'm talking in particular about item 1, state mobility for pedestrians and cyclists who use their vehicles, not just for commuting, but for living in. There's nothing offensive about that, right, Mr. Koretz, as we eat our food in front of the public? But I haven't had my lunch, but that's off topic. Item number 2, Mr. Krikorian on his re-election detour regarding Anaheim Street in Wilmington. What the hell does Krikorian have to do with Wilmington? He doesn't like us niggers on the street. The only person who's involved with us niggers on the street are people who care. People who care about niggers living on the street, working under the house of the plantation owner. White suppressors, oppressors. Going into item number 3, CD11. Relative to the establishment of oversized vehicles restricted area along certain streets. Who in the fuck made you the law? Taking people off the streets that live on their RVs or in their cars. Haven't you heard that there is no affordable or living housing available for your constituents? Wasn't that an action on item 15 regarding case 12/0551, compliance matters regarding the American Disability Act for Community Redevelopment Agency, investigation in connection with Fair Housing Act, ADA, and the Rehabilitation Act of 1973? Something wrong with you house niggers, keeping us out of our cars and our homes. Let us be. I'm a taxpayer. I think people have a right to live in their cars and streets until you can correct the problem with housing. It's an issue that involves housing on our cars, in our RVs. So why is the nigger talking about vehicle restricted areas along certain streets? Mr. Bonin and Bloomfield and CD 11, item number 3. And going into item number 4, off of Rose Avenue between Sunset and Frederick Avenue. You poverty pimps know what's going on. You poverty pimps actually know what's going on. You bring in Southern Boy Herman here to fuck with your mind, talk about who lives in sidewalks and streets. We all live in a sidewalk and street. Until the day one of you motherfuckers become like one of us, or the so-called them that live in their RVs and cars, motherfuckers, then you will understand and respect us. But until that time comes, I'm going to exercise my First Amendment under 54.954, 3, parentheses C, to criticize you motherfuckers for putting this out in the street. Fix the problem with homelessness, the war on homelessness. Zuma Dog brought it up. You're under a federal investigation for stealing federal dollars that were mandated for federal projects of housing. What the fuck you do with the money? Then you red curb our streets and don't allow us to park. Instead, you endanger us. You provide us no restrooms, so we become hostile to the environment of our social environment.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Any of you folks in DOT in the back rows change your mind yet? Good to see you're all still here.
The longest 6 minutes.
Of my life as well, yeah. So colleagues, if there is no objection, I was going to recommend that we move on consent items 2 through 7 and item number 9.
Mr. Chair, we have an amendment for item number 5. It's to replace BOE for DOT. So BOE will be the implementer and will submit the grant application.
Okay. Other than that change, anybody want to pull any of those items? All right, so without objection, those items are approved, which leaves the balance of the agenda being items 1, 12, and 13. So we will begin with item number 1, which is a report from our general manager.
Good afternoon, committee members and the chair. First, I just want to say, as a Mississippian, that Mr. Herman does not speak for the South. Second,
Duly noted.
I want to start with...
Nor for the West.
Thank you. I'd like to start just as we do on a monthly basis by recognizing outstanding performers that we have at the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. And there's one in particular today. The first person I'm going to recognize who's actually getting ready, or she is retired. And she came back today for the recognition ceremony and brought her family, and we're very excited that she's here. So first and foremost, please stand, Christine Mata. Christine joined the LADOT family in March of 1986. During her 30-year career, she's held a variety of assignments and has always been characterized as an employee that takes pride in her work. In her current role, she is LADOT's Emergency Preparedness Manager. She's responsible for creating and updating the department's emergency response plans and procedures. She's proactively organized training for employees, including the Disaster Service Worker Mandate, in which we achieved a 97% compliance, establishing the emergency operations procedures for employees that will staff the city's EOC, and community engagement response team that certified LADOT supervisors, and finally several tabletop exercises to make sure that DOT is ready to continue to serve the public during catastrophic events such as terrorism, earthquakes, or severe weather incidents. Prior to serving this capacity, Christine served in the department's Parking Enforcement and Traffic Control Division, where she excelled by demonstrating sound judgment and leadership. This ultimately led her all the way up to the rank of Deputy Chief. Chris Mata's dedication and leadership has fostered a work environment that consistently yields great results. It is therefore very bittersweet that we are saying goodbye as she announced that she is retiring. Please join me in expressing our appreciation and congratulations to Chris Mata for providing the city with 30 years of great service.
I should note, I think that's a record-setting round of applause in this room.
That was good. Next, two outstanding performers from parking administration. First, Bel Castell Valley. Lucas is a city veteran of 28 years. She came to DOT's parking division in 2010 from the Environmental Affairs Department as a senior management analyst. Her team is responsible for managing the parking operator contract for off-street parking facilities in Hollywood and West LA. Her excellent management skills ensure that the facilities operate smoothly and are maintained well. Her team works closely with council district offices and various community stakeholders to meet the community's public parking needs with the highest level of professionalism and customer service. Her team's efforts contribute to the division's annual revenue generation of more than $20 million. Her leadership and dedication are commendable and key to the success of Parking Facilities Group. Thank you so much. And finally, Nancy Bauer. Nancy is a senior management analyst with the Parking Facilities Division, administers several contracts for the management and operation of 12 parking facilities in downtown Mid-City and the Valley, and the 3,000-space Hollywood and Highland parking garage. Nancy has a proven track record of working collaboratively with contractors, city officials, and community groups to improve customer service levels to the public. Her efforts have contributed in enhancing revenue generation through improved signs and installation of state-of-the-art revenue control equipment. She is also responsible for overseeing the use of surface parking lots by film companies in coordination with Film LA and the revocable right of entry permitting process. She's diligent and possesses organizational skills that are second to none. Thank you so much, Nancy. So that's all I have for today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, before anybody may ask a question, let me just underscore the thank you to Chris and to Belkis and to Nancy. I love that you do this and shine a spotlight on the folks who get so much work done and do it so quietly, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity here to recognize and acknowledge the three of you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for Ms. Reynolds? Okay, great. Thanks very much. Okay, that brings us to item number 12.
Item number 12 is a DOT report in response to a bond and room motion relative to a proposed pilot program that would return a portion of local meter revenue to the locations where it was generated for transportation improvements and repealing the special parking revenue fund and replacing it with a parking enterprise fund.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being here.
No problem.
Glad to see that we have this item on the agenda. Just to sort of tee this up a bit, we have, as a result of the incredible work of the Parking Reform Working Group, been looking at a number of their key recommendations in this committee. Today we're going to be looking at two of them. This is one of them. And this is the idea of a local return for meter revenue is something that has been of great interest to the city, has been talked about a lot, but to date no one's really taken the time to develop the idea. And given that the Parking Reform Working Group worked on it, I want to make sure this committee is sort of trying to take the bull by the horns. I don't know that we'll finish a discussion of it today because it's a complicated issue with a lot of variables and moving parts, but it's one I want to start us digging into. I think at its core it's good policy, but it can be complex, especially in a city as large as Los Angeles. I want to thank you guys and women for the work you've put into this. It was a very thorough report. I thought it gave some great recommendations and also raised a lot of interesting questions that we need to grapple with. So why don't we start? Why don't you guys sort of give a summary?
Sure. Good afternoon, Ken Husting, and I am pleased to be here really to talk about this report because this is something that we have long supported, the idea of a local return to be able to give it back to the community and to really help people see the positive benefits of having parking meters in the area to help manage parking. And so what we did with this report is by no means is what we wrote set in stone. It was really intended to be able to create more of an item for discussion. So what we did here is came up with draft rules and guidelines based on the City of San Diego's Community Benefit District. And so this one we're calling for LA is a parking benefit district. And as we were going through writing the rules, it helped us bring to light several decision points that we needed to discuss and be able to have direction on. One of them is where is the money actually distributed to? And so with the money that we're looking at for the first year of the pilot program, we created Parking Benefit District as one option, but other options can include giving money to a benefit improvement district, to a citywide nonprofit, keeping the money in LADOT, or even a city council office. And we're willing to have this, not willing, we're hoping to have this discussion of what is going to be the best model for LA. And so those are just some of the options that were presented. Also, we are looking at revenue sharing options. So recognizing that this is very complicated, we have a few different options that we discuss with pros and cons. And one of them is a set percentage. So say, for instance, we can have 10% across the board for any parking benefit district. But of course, when you have a set percentage, it can create a little bit of perceived equity issue across the city because different areas earn different amounts of money. So say, for instance, you take, I'll say, a very high generating area such as Westwood Village that can pull in about $1 million in parking meter revenue, and you take another area that is not quite as highly utilized, and you can create a large disparity just going with a set percentage. We also look at
Let me stop you there for a second.
Sure.
Isn't that the point, though?
well,
If the idea is to share revenue with the neighborhoods that are impacted by having high traffic generating and parking, then the areas that have the most intense impacts would be the areas where you would spend the money.
and it is a fair option because if you are bringing in more money, you should be entitled to. But we've understand just having discussions with different groups, it is an equity issue that has surfaced. And so we're looking at different options to be able to address that. And again, all of them are open for consideration.
Well, can I piggyback on that?
Yeah.
So what happens in areas that are metered, that have meters, but they don't have as high demand as parts of downtown or Hollywood? For example, Van Nuys Boulevard.
No,
How do you take care of those districts?
exactly. And those are the questions that we're going through when we're trying to develop revenue sharing options. So set percentage was just one of the options that was discussed with pros and cons. Then we also looked at a flat rate structure. And so if a parking benefit district was created, then everybody would get an equal amount. And of course, it goes back to the areas that are generating a lot of money may say, well, that's not really fair for us because we really brought in much more money, therefore we should be entitled to it. And so we looked at another option, which is LADOT's preferred option, is having a percentage with a minimum and maximum. And so what I mean by that is, say for instance, we say it's 10%. If any group that qualified as a parking benefit district did not generate at least 10% or a set limit that we designate, then an area that generated more than a set limit, say for instance a maximum, and again, I'll just use Westwood Village just because I know those numbers off the top of my head. So say, for instance, 10%. Say Westwood Village generated $200,000 with that 10%. And so we set a threshold of $100,000. So Westwood Village would get as a maximum, would get that $100,000, and then the additional $100,000 that was generated could then be distributed to the other parking benefit districts that not generate the minimum amount, which say, for instance, is $50,000, just for the sake of a number. Then it could be used to help distribute and spread that wealth among the other areas that didn't generate as much money. And so that's a way of trying to help address the equity issue. But again, these are nothing set in stone. These are just really identified as decision points for us to discuss.
Let me do this, I think, because I have more questions on this particular aspect, but I think maybe the way to do it is sort of have 4 rounds of questions. Just finish your presentation, then general questions about the concept.
Yeah.
But then do a round of questions on the recipient options, the revenue sharing options, and the distribution options. So we can have the 3 little separate discussions that we need to have.
That's a very good idea. And the last one is the distribution options. And so we're looking at that, and there's options such as, is the funding retained in city accounts and then expended for city services? With this option, we have a great deal of accountability. We know where the money's being spent. We know it's being spent on eligible items. Another option is the funding retained in city accounts, but distributed to another entity on a reimbursement basis. And so again, benefits, there's pros and cons. One of the cons may be if there's an outside entity, they may not have enough money to start the project, and if it's on a reimbursement basis, that can create a challenge. Another one is the funding is retained in the city council office, and it's managed by the city council offices. And so, again, pros and cons. It is a little bit more of a burden on the city council offices to administer any kind of contracts associated with the work. So, again, just another option. Or funding can be transferred to an outside agency. But of course, when we transfer money to an outside agency, we do have to increase the auditing and accountability of city money leaving the city's hands. And so these are the different options that we have. And so we're really looking for direction on the revenue sharing, the distribution options, and the recipient.
So before we get into the weeds on those three issues,
Yeah.
Do any of my colleagues have questions about sort of the concept of the program or anything that isn't in those three subject areas? General questions. Mr. Rue.
So just to be clear, the SPRF, so how much revenue are we talking about per year?
Well, the meter revenue, we're looking at about $57 million this coming fiscal year.
Is there any other? You said meter revenue only?
Yeah, there's also the off-street, but for the sake of the program, we're looking at just using the meter revenue.
So that's the only thing we're looking at, 57?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to get ahead to Item 13, but it says 81 million for SPRF.
SPRF, that includes the off-street.
That includes off-street.
Yeah.
But this will only be for meter revenue.
Yes.
And currently, how is that being distributed, or how is that being used?
Currently, it goes into the SPRF Special Parking Revenue Fund, which is a collective citywide account. And the money is used to help pay for the operation and maintenance of the parking meter program, as well as the off-street facilities, for capital expenditures and for special projects, as we have discussed about the parking reform, such as Code the Curb, Accelerated Express Park. And if there's a surplus that year, then that surplus money is transferred to a general fund.
Okay. So it's just used for operations in general for all throughout the city?
Operations, capital, yes.
And swept into the general fund.
And swept in the general fund?
Frequently.
More accurately, yes.
Yeah.
Didn't want to go there, but yeah.
It's true, which is why we're doing the next
Yeah.
item 13.
And I was also understanding the SPRF in previous years, way before it was swept into the fund, you guys have the ability to track in exactly which areas brought in which revenues, right?
And we actually have that ability now to
You still
track.
have that ability.
Yeah.
So you
For
can track
down
which
to
one
the
comes in.
specific parking meter, we can track that.
Great.
I have two
Yeah,
general
please.
questions. So during the pilot phase, how will future parking meter revenue be incorporated into the district? Will you be looking at it during the year and then awarding the funding the following year, or how would you do that?
Actually, what we're hoping to do is be able to have something in place so this coming fiscal year, we can initiate a pilot program. And then based on the discussion that we have, which I imagine is going to take probably a couple months at least, on trying to figure out what the distribution option will be, what the revenue sharing, and trying to further refine how the money will actually be distributed.
So I don't think we've figured out that level of detail, if it's rolling or if it's, if we launch the pilot in fiscal year 16-17, the first time you'd get a check would be July 1st of 2017 after the fiscal year concludes. So it's a really good question and one for further.
Yeah, would you review it at the end of the year and then the money comes after? I was just curious about that. And what types of projects do you anticipate that would get developed?
We're actually trying to be very flexible.
Through this pilot phase.
We're actually trying to be very flexible and trying to allow for all types of transportation projects. It could even be bike corrals, bike lanes, sidewalk repair, different types of, if they want wayfinding signage. So there's a number of different options that the communities would be able to use this for. It would
But
have to
also
be transportation related.
But also services. So, if a parking district wanted to pay for, extra trash collection or sweeping the sidewalks or, beautification efforts, those kind of services, not necessarily delivering a capital project, but delivering a service on an ongoing basis, that's also a typical expense that a lot of these districts use. Because it may or may not be that a district generates sufficient revenue in 1 or even 2 years to deliver a capital project.
Right.
And so I think more likely is that we would see sort of smaller scale combination of beautification, maintenance, upkeep kind of projects.
I think maintenance, at least along Van Nuys Boulevard, would go a long way. And so earlier I touched on, the meter districts that don't generate the same type of revenue downtown or Hollywood do. At what point do you see this concept being rolled out into districts like the meter district on Van Nuys Boulevard and Van Nuys?
It would be a matter of once we develop the model and seeing if that area qualifies. Because again, if we're looking at having an established business improvement district, we'd have to make sure that there is one there.
Well, there isn't one there. That's why the maintenance and the street cleaning and all that comes into play.
So once we develop a model, I think for the first year, we're going to be looking at probably 2 or 3 different areas to be able to see how is it working, what are the challenges that we have, what are the successes, where do we need to tweak the rules. And I think we will be looking at different types of areas to be able to have this. And assuming all goes successful, which I fully expect it will, then we could start to roll this out citywide the following year.
I mean, the pilot would want to include areas like the one you're describing so that we learn, pilot is supposed to teach you something. So we wouldn't want to just pick really successful, high generating districts for the pilot so that we could learn, how the model works or doesn't work in those different environments.
Absolutely.
And then we'd want to have it go for a year,
Yes.
probably no longer, and then roll it out and make it available citywide.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you. General question?
Yeah. Nothing would stop us from spending this money in the most intuitive way, which is parking, though, in a particular council district.
Matter of fact, I'd encourage it.
Say that again?
Well, we're talking about all these other possible uses. I just wanted to make sure that using parking revenue for parking would not be discouraged.
Could do that this year.
Because we have some desperate needs in my district. It's all for parking in the different areas. So whatever we can do in that arena, and whether we can find a way to amortize some long-term projects and pay them back through this, obviously would be a great concept in my district.
And just on the topic of amortizing and financing larger projects, and that's part of the reason why we came up with a park and benefit district, is because when you start to look at large, complex capital projects, you do want to have an organization that is well-established, that is able to contract, that is able to withstand an audit. And so that's why we're proposing, for instance, business improvement districts or a nonprofit that is actually managing city assets, specifically for those types of projects.
And I think for the pilot period, we probably want to start out with manageable projects, not the big, building up big structures. Those require a different set of management skills. So I think we could start with something smaller, and once we learn and gain some experience, and then in the future, that topic of moving into more complex projects could be opened up. But I think it would be better if we could start a little bit smaller.
Well, just from my point of view, I would absolutely not commit to that because right now I have an emergency opportunity where we could add parking to an existing project, and that would be a bigger project, but I would encourage us to find some way to do it. Otherwise, it'll be a huge missed opportunity.
Well, I mean, that's the way that SPRF is supposed to be used right now, right? So that's really the best. That could be part of the recommendations. And as we think about the SPRF 5-year plan, is thinking about how to, that's really what that money is intended for. And that has, $57 million is plenty of money to accomplish those kinds of larger projects throughout the city. So there's a larger question here about SPRF and sort of how it gradually moves back to serving the function it was designed to serve.
Instead of being swept into the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, yes.
I'll finish the thought.
Thanks.
Anything else?
No, I'm not.
All right, so let's discuss the first of the 3 sections of it. The first one is what you describe as the recipient options, which is what entity would receive the funds, would manage them, would identify potential projects, prioritize them, and choose them given some level, presumably, of city approval.
Yes.
You identified 4 possibilities: business improvement districts, parking benefit districts, a citywide nonprofit, or LA DOT. Do you have a preferred recommendation of the 4?
Well, I think what we proposed, at least through the document, was a park and benefit district. And I think that did offer flexibility. because you were not only able to incorporate business improvement districts, but also a nonprofit managing any type of city asset.
I'd say at first blush that would be my preference. I'm not okay with the idea of just bids. I think there's a lot of areas in the city that might benefit from this that don't have bids. Venice, for instance, Van Nuys apparently another. And I'm also a little concerned about having a group that is just local merchants or property owners making the decision. With the parking benefit district, I like the idea that you could have neighborhood representatives as part of it. You could have the neighborhood council. Presumably, you could have the council office. I mean, you could have different forms of representation, and you could have a different composition from area to area, I imagine. You can sort of make it suit the community. That was my feeling about it.
I think you could also have, I mean, the idea in that model, too, is when it comes to contracting and executing services like sidewalk sweeping, these are things that a lot of neighborhoods and nonprofits already do, right? You can walk down Cesar Chavez in Boyle Heights, and there's folks there keeping the area clean. It's not an area that necessarily the city or LADOT has necessarily, that's not necessarily our strength. And so I wanted to follow the strengths of the community that already exist. But there could always be an option where, they decide they want to instead have, city crews conduct some of those services. But I just think that you want to, to each their strength. And in the case of those smaller beautification services, it makes sense to have those folks sort of oversee those contracts.
Yep. Any members of the committee have questions on the recipient options, the bid, parking benefit district, citywide nonprofit, or LADOT? Mr. Rue.
Mr. Bonney, I first want to thank you for your leadership on this. You have no idea how excited I am about this. And a lot of constituents in my district ask about it all the time. And I think in your opening, when you said parking meters, is a community benefit, I don't think for a long time, our constituents have not seen the community benefit part. So that's why what we're doing here today, I think, is so crucial. And I'm more in line with the chairman. I don't want us to. I think it's not a good idea to limit ourselves to just one of these options. I mean, I think all four that you listed here, just so that we have a plethora of choices when we do start doing programs or funding projects. But maybe this is more of a general question. What did we do 5 years ago before it got swept in? How was the money distributed?
The money was being used for capital projects, so creating parking structures, buying property for building parking lots, being able to advance our technology, taking coin-only meters to credit card capable meters. And so those were pretty much where the money was being spent, along with, of course, the operation maintenance.
So it was just free-for-all.
Well, it was being used for wherever the highest parking demands were in the city.
And we had a 5-year plan.
Yeah, we had a 5-year plan, too.
Okay. So is there a benefit of the fourth option of LADOT revenues being at LADOT or LADOT being the recipient? Is there some sort of, or is there a benefit for any one of these?
Well, there's benefits for each one. And really, for LADOT to be able to retain the money gives the greatest amount of accountability. So we don't have to go through the auditing that we'd have to have with other entities. There's not the necessary planning documents and meeting. It's really the accountability and transparency. If it stays with LADOT, we know how to operate it. We're going to keep that open to everybody. We'll work with everybody. But if you go to, say, for instance, a business improvement district, the city will have to have auditing capability. We'll have to know where the money's being planned to be spent. We'll have to figure out how to give the business improvement district the money. Well, there's a number of issues. So each option has its pros and cons.
Okay.
But I think the cons for it staying at DOT are that it gets us into a lot of business areas that we're not in right now. And I have a lot of concerns about our ability just to meet our current, sort of priorities that we need. And I think it does make sense, for example, if somebody wanted to use it for parking purposes, and we have that expertise and we're the best fit to deliver that, we could have that option where they could essentially say, okay, we're going to bill the city for this, or there could be some mechanism for that. But I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to have us start to get into, the trash collection, street sweeping, tree trimming business.
And
also-
in addition to that, I'd also be concerned, even if there were projects that the money was to be spent on, other than a parking lot, if there was a big tree planting program someone wanted to do, or an art installation, I'd just be concerned about the department's bandwidth and ability to manage project delivery. I mean, I know
Absolutely.
we have trouble giving you the resources to do the project delivery for, Vision Zero and other very important things.
Absolutely, and also with having the department manage the funds, the community may not have the same sense of ownership.
Right.
So if they actually receive the money, or they're a greater part of it, then it feels like it's really their project, and they're able to bring together the community to, plant those trees.
Okay. Yeah, no, in general, I mean, I like the flexibility. I think community engagement is key for exactly what the chairman and what you just iterated. But I want to also make sure that we don't spend too much on administrative and bureaucracy, and it goes more towards the actual project.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and I'll save my questions for revenue.
Okay, cool. Any other questions on this portion, colleagues? Okay, all right. And Ms. Reynolds, just to be clear, we don't need to decide today, but when this comes back, you're going to need us to choose one of these four options just to be able to have one thing to do for the pilot, right?
Based on the comments that we're hearing, we might develop a sort of a hybrid.
Okay.
Where there's an option to use city forces, for example, but that we would need to come back with a recommendation to do one of these.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I would think that, and some of this gets into the distribution of funding issue as well, but I think you would want the ability for whatever entity is doing it, if it's a parking benefit district, to be able to hire someone to do it, or to opt to use the city forces. There's pros and cons to each.
Great.
Cost, speed, quality, all that kind of stuff.
And when we do come back, I mean, again, based on the comments that we received, we're hoping to have something a little bit more firm that you could really delve into and say, okay, I agree with this, I don't agree with that. And so we're going to be working closely and running numbers to see the different pilot areas and how we can address the unique qualities of the different neighborhoods.
Okay, so let's move then to the revenue sharing options, and to sort of pick up the conversation where we just left it. If we go with the department's preference of a percentage with a minimum and a maximum, I think there'd certainly be a discussion about what the minimum and the maximum should or could be. Have you given any thought about how you set that so that you're not artificially incentivizing areas that have almost no generation to form a parking district just to get?
Yeah, and we have thought about that, and we have minimum thresholds to be able to create a parking benefit district, because theoretically you could have areas that they have 50 meters in their area, and they want to create a parking benefit for those 50 meters, and they're a fly-by-night group. Right. And they disappear right after you give them the money, and then all of a sudden we have something where the money disappeared, and because we're creating parking benefit districts of 50 meters, we have 37,000 meters across the city. Then this could be really complex and burdensome as far administratively for a city. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we have different groups that are established, and there's a certain number of parking meters that would actually qualify for a parking benefit district. And we're also looking right now at the different data, the different types of areas that would qualify as a parking benefit district, to see what it would look like if we, again, I'm just going to pick Westwood Village just because I have the numbers off the top of my head. What would that look like compared to, say, for instance, a Wilmington or Lincoln Heights or somewhere other area? And so we're still doing that research.
And if you did this, you did it with a minimum and a maximum, there's nothing that would prohibit the council 3 years later from adjusting the minimum or adjusting the maximum if necessary. Absolutely. Or if the figures weren't working out.
Absolutely. And we expect, as we improve technology, we continue to improve parking in the city of LA, just making it seamless, that the revenue numbers are going to change from year to year, and there may be a desire to increase that number and give more money back to the community.
Yeah. Colleagues, any questions on the revenue sharing options? Mr. Rue.
So give us an example. Let's say an area, Westwood or whatnot, collected $1 million.
Yeah.
So based on your revenue sharing model, what would be the for lack of a better description, the local return for that area?
We haven't said it yet, but I could just throw out a number, and again, this is not a number that we are suggesting or, you know,
Right.
it's just for argument's
Right,
sake.
minimum and maximum, yeah.
So say, for instance, we'll say 20%. And an area like Westwood Village would generate, under that condition, probably about $200,000. You may have another area, say, for instance, and I don't know this for sure, say Wilmington. Wilmington, under the same condition, may only generate about $20,000. $20,000 is not going to be nearly enough to do some of the projects that are truly worthwhile in that area. It'll be able to help with small projects, but maybe not fixing all the sidewalks that they may want. And so under the proposed scenario, you could have, okay, we're going to have any particular area, cap it, that the maximum they can earn is $100,000. And so under that scenario, $100,000 would go into the pot and be able to help different park and benefit districts that met the eligibility criteria, but they're getting very little money. And maybe we set the minimum threshold for every park and benefit district to get is $50,000. So that $100,000 that was generated over here as a surplus could be then redistributed to other areas and bring this $20,000 revenue generating up to $50,000, so they can actually do a more substantive project.
So in your example, Westwood would generate $1 million, keep $200,000, and $800,000 would go to the pot, which will help fund places like Wilmington, in your example.
No, it's actually the 20% would be for local return, but then because we set the maximum at $100,000, that $100,000, instead of getting the full $200,000, they would only get $100,000.
Westwood gets $100,000 and Wilmington gets 50.
So
That example.
why following up on Mr. Ruth's question, why would you effectively penalize or diminish the amount of money from Westwood and take it out of their 20% instead of taking the minimum out of the rest of the SPRF?
And that,
We could?
yeah, that's an option.
I mean, you can do a minimum without having to do a maximum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's absolutely an option.
Could?
And depending on the percentage, it could be quite a substantial amount of money that goes back to a particular area every single year. And so it is really of a way to try to create something that may be perceived as benefiting all the different park and benefit districts.
So I concur with the chair. The 20%, for sake of argument in our example, the 20% that gets set stays with that area, but the remainder, the 80% that's still out in the SPRF space should go towards helping the other areas that couldn't
Well,
generate.
the 80% that's left, part of that is going for operation and maintenance and capital projects across the city. So,
I mean, it's not going to be all 80. I mean,
no. Just a good portion of that will be to just keep the city running as
So
far as
I'm in
parking.
concurrence with the chair. We shouldn't penalize the Westwood area
Okay.
for that. And I think the real thing is about revenue sharing versus the recipient options, because I mean, I'm sure after the pilot project we'll start seeing this, but depending on the area, you know, like Sherman Oaks, my areas, we do have a bid. They could form a parking benefit district right away, or so any of these scenarios. But in certain areas, they might not be able to do any of that, so we might have to think of another option. And because of the earlier scenario you talked about earlier about potential problems, that's why, again, staying with LADOT might be a good option in certain places. But one thing about the pilot, so how many pilots are you planning to do?
For the initial year, we're looking at 2 or 3 areas.
Yeah. And again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and even for the initial pilot program, we will need the help of a management assistant to help administer the program. And as the program grows to what we hope is citywide, we will need additional staff to manage the program. And again, it depends on the type of model. If it's going to be something that's going to be more of an administrative burden, then we'll probably need additional staff. If it's something that's not quite as much, then we won't need as much.
How will you select these pilots?
We are still working on that.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the different revenue generated by different areas, you know, looking, and now that we have better guidance on going forward, at least exploring a park and benefit district, then we can work within those confines and try to look at a diverse selection.
So I'm just a little concerned about the pilot because then, I mean, I want to advocate for Sherman Oaks and, Councilman Martinez, Van Nuys is just as important as well as every other, I'm sure.
But under some of this scenario, wouldn't necessarily be helping Van Nuys, the way I'm
So
reading this conversation.
I think, but if we get the revenue sharing model down, I think, is it possible to expand the pilot or make it?
I think there are a lot of unknowns. How much is it going to take to administer this? How are we going to, and I think the community is going to need some time. We're now empowering parking benefit districts to identify, to select, prioritize, and select projects. I'm sure that your offices are going to be interested in making sure that is an open process and the community is engaged in that conversation. So I don't anticipate that, even if we opened this today and we picked 3, that those folks would be ready to hit the ground running in even the first 6 months. So I think it's, about sort of, we can come back with a set of criteria for how we would select the pilot projects in the next round of this conversation so that we can have that discussion in a transparent way. And then, help in the first year also be getting the word out and educating folks about the program that's coming so that people have time to kind of get their act together, get ready, form a parking benefit district, and all those things in anticipation of the second year of the program.
Okay. Ms. Martinez, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, thank you. I have to leave because I have a meeting upstairs, but I just want to make it very clear that if the intent is for the money that's being generated by these districts go back and help make improvements in those areas, I don't disagree. But I don't want it to be a false impression or perception that somehow we're going to be able to help the districts that don't generate that kind of revenue. Because historically, these areas have not been incentivized. I mean, we don't have the restaurant rows. We don't have the boutique shops on Van Nuys Boulevard. That was long gone 30 years ago. So if the intent is to try to sincerely help some of these areas and hopefully economically try to revitalize them, then I'm on board. But I just want to make sure that whatever scenario, whether it's 10%, which is what you said earlier when you were explaining it the first time, or 20%, I just want to be sincere about what we're trying to do. And I get it. It's not about penalizing the districts that generate the funds. I completely understand that. But I don't want there to be a false perception that somehow you're going to be able to distribute some of that to the areas that are not generating that kind of revenue. I just want to be very clear about that.
I think it's a fair distinction.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so that brings us to the third element of the discussion, which is the distribution options. And the way I understood it is the 4 options would be, A, you could transfer the money to the parking benefit district or the bid or whatever itself.
Yeah.
B is you could have the council offices manage it. And then C and D both have the city maintaining the funds. One of them has the city expending the funds directly, and the other has the city reimbursing the parking benefit district or whatever for the services.
Good memory.
Is there any reason why? Yeah, I think for accounting purposes, it's easier for the city to hold the money and give it to. Well, I think there's 2 options that make sense. I could see a parking benefit district wanting to do something that a city agency could do, and it might make more sense for us to pay the city agency or reimburse the city agency to do it. They may have some local group that, a local landscape group that, because it's a local thing, they want to give the money there, where they might want to do that, and so we would reimburse them. I could see it working both ways, and I could see it making sense to give folks the option. I know in the formation, for instance, of business improvement districts, a business improvement district can get some startup and outreach costs from the city, but it puts them on a certain timeline that some of them choose not to take. Some of them decide we'll do all the costs ourselves and we'll get a quicker timeline as a result because we don't have to hire the city's consultant. So I think it might be good to give folks both options.
And that was what I was kind of taking away from the conversation earlier, because as Salita pointed out, when it comes to the small projects, it's very difficult for the city to maintain several different contracts, especially if this is intended to go citywide. then it'd just be an administrative nightmare for us. And so I think we are going to look at those two options.
Yeah, there's plenty of models, in cities where, for example, the property owner, to bring up another timely topic, is responsible for the state of repair of the sidewalk, where, an inspector may say to that property owner, you can choose to do this work yourself, or you can, pay the city and we'll come out and we'll have city forces do that work. And so thinking about some hybrid there, particularly when it comes to maybe the larger capital projects or even maintenance of the street might make sense.
Yeah.
Mr. Perez?
Yeah, I might suggest a hybrid also in the area of council management, because I think while a council member might want to direct which projects the money go to, I don't know that they would necessarily want to bring on an accountant and do all of the other functions to get it there. So perhaps there's a way to leave that with the general city, but have the council member have some ability to direct which projects the funding goes to.
We can consider that. Yeah, we'll take that into consideration.
And there's a couple ways to do that, too. One is sort of having the direct oversight of the council office. Although I want to be sensitive to public perception of that, certainly. I mean, City Watch and all that kind of stuff. But there's, under some of the processes you've outlined, the projects wouldn't be approved unless there'd been review by the department, and that we could also add review and approval by the council office, so that
Right, or that we could require that, for example, if it's a parking benefit district, that they come and they present their projects to, for example, the Transportation Commission, and that they have to bring a letter of support from the council office, before they'll be allowed to do that, so that there's still that sense of, not gatekeeper, but there's a constant kind of line of communication that's open between the districts and the council office.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mr. Okay. All right, so no further questions on that. So any other lingering questions on item number 12? So there were a couple of overall recommendations from the department to direct the city of LADOT to report back to this committee in 90 days with proposed locations, completed rules, and sort of refine some of the recommendations based on some of the feedback here today. And the second was to request that a new position authority for Management Analyst 2 be considered in the FY 2016-17 adopted budget to implement and manage the FPRF local return pilot program. So my recommendation is we approve those two items and then have another discussion here with refined and further recommendations in 90 days.
Great.
Right. Any objections? All right, so that's the direction of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 13.
Item number 13 is the DOT report in response to a Bauer and Krikorian motion relative to directing DOT to update the 5-year plan for the Special Parking Revenue Fund that includes resources necessary for the regular operations and maintenance of the city's on- and off-street parking assets.
So let me, to start this conversation, let me give credit where it's due. And this is a conversation that was started several years ago by Mr. Parks when he was on the council and sat on this committee and was also chair of the budget committee. Through his oversight, he really thought it was important to have a 5-year plan for the SPRF so that we maintained our parking assets and weren't using it every year just to sweep into the general fund. And that was a very smart idea on his part. That annual budgeting exercise pretty much fell by the wayside. I thought it was important to revive the exercise so this committee at least can use the budgeting exercise as a tool to set city priorities for parking projects and programs and policies. I'll concede that the timing of this discussion is a little odd now that we're coming into budget season, so we may have this policy discussion or start to have this policy discussion now, but the mayor's going to be recommending his budget in just a few days, and obviously this won't inform that because I imagine it's at the printers already. But I think it's important for us to start doing this and then do it each year with enough notice to inform the preparation of the coming year's budget. So I think we talk about it a little bit generally now, but then we'd want to start doing this in earnest really in the late fall so that it's ready for the mayor and his team and the CAO. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. Rene Sagos, Department of Transportation, here to answer questions or clarification that you need regarding the 5-year plan.
And just real briefly on the 5-year plan, what we've tried to do is identify where we would like as a department to take parking in the future, assuming that we get to keep the revenue generated through SPRF. And again, nothing is set in stone. It's really just an outline of what we think we can be able to do to help properly manage parking in the city. But again, it will be reshaped every year with the input of City Council. And so with that, I'm willing to take questions and take some guidance.
Okay, and just to get a sense of what the options would be to look at, we're talking about capital improvement projects,
yes,
planning, maintenance, and operation, debt service, local return revenue, code the curb program, acceleration of Express Park.
Before the sweeping, the way SPRF was put together was to have the infusion of capital improvement program as part of the budget preparation, and all other programs that will inure to the benefit of parking, because the ordinance by itself was for it to provide money, or the money that you get, it goes back to the parking activity by itself. In this particular 5-year plan, the way it is prepared is that the first year is your proposed budget, and we absolutely agree with Councilmember Bon that it should have been, the way it should have been done is that the preparation of the 5-year plan is in conjunction with the preparation of the budget, such that all the things that are needed or that's requested out of the fund can be incorporated. That which includes, if I'm not mistaken, hearing from Councilmember Corrett, the capital improvement for a particular district goes into the preparation. The CIEP has always been is an account in capital expenditure of the parking fund. Now, in this particular go-around, we have added the local return as a pilot program, code the curb, and the express part, the acceleration of the express part. But at the same time, taking into consideration the normal process or the normal need that the activity requires. That is technology, operation, and maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rue.
I'd just like to add a friendly recommendation. With the consent of the chair, I'd like to suggest that along with this recommendations of this item coming out of committee today, that if we could request the department to report back on an additional revenue option, including but not limited to citation revenue that could be used to support additional enforcement in the communities that they were generated in.
Okay. So citation revenue is general fund,
right,
and so that is something that obviously can take place during budget for consideration. But money from SPRF, it's different pot of money.
Yeah. Right. It is limited to meter and off-street revenue. Parking citation goes directly to the general fund.
So you're saying the fine revenue does not go into the SPRF?
No, that's not.
I'm aware that it doesn't, but at the same time, I mean, this report is probably not going to be ready in time for this year's budget, but I really like this discussion to start.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, and
yeah.
I spoke with the Department of Transportation, and it's a potential revenue source for you guys as well. Because I know in many areas in my district, and I know we have parking fine issues throughout the district, and depending on where you go, it's different. But I have some areas where they're asking for more enforcement. And I know that the department could only do so much. I mean, you have the whole city to overview, and I can't ask for extra patrols to give out more fines, which in turn will generate more revenue. And these are neighborhoods where they're asking for the enforcement. So I'm trying to figure out ways how we could generate more revenues for the department to make sure more services are delivered. So I think this is in the same local return piece. the 6 priorities that you guys have listed, the local return of parking meter revenue, that it's in that same
It's
space.
same context.
Same concept.
Yeah.
And yes, if we're able to take it up in this year's budget and it gets resolved before you guys get to it, even better. But I just want to make sure that this discussion is started.
And absolutely, we can have that discussion.
Yeah, so I think the way to frame it would be about whether or not fine revenue can be included as part of the SPRF and as part of the SPRF expenditures.
Okay. Well, I believe that will require an ordinance change.
Yes.
But that's an option, or we can just create a separate local return program with the fine revenue.
So if you can put all those options.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll discuss that.
And more importantly, how that would work. That's what's more important, right?
Absolutely.
So.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, so with that objection, the committee will approve the 2 recommendations from the department and the additional recommendation from Mr. Rue.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to correct that.
Sure.
We'll approve recommendations 1 and 2 in the report. Recommendation from Mr. Rue. Also direct CAO and DOT to include in the Special Parking Revenue Fund 5-year operations and maintenance plan as part of the mayor's proposed 16-17 budget that includes a more detailed spreadsheet identifying each project and program under the O&M and capital expenditure category with the anticipated year of expenditure.
Okay.
And also direct DOT to report to T Committee in September with an updated 5-year plan beginning with 16-17. And we can have those discussions.
Great.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that ends our agenda and concludes our meeting. Thank you, everybody.